jana sagara berodana kayo radaya dadagadaya arhade zamya zambudaya namazarva dadagadebe arhadebe zanya zambudebe nama arya avalokite şoraya bodhisattva mazadaya makaruni eyadam daradara dirdirin durunu dirdirin zale zale razale razale Kuzume kuzume var elinde dola mabana yezava. Namazarva dadagadebe arhadebe zanya zambudebe nama arya avanogite şoraya bodhisattva mazadaya makarunigaya eyadam daradara dirdirin durunu dirdirin dale dale radale radale kuzume kuzume var elinde dola mabana yezava.
Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. All right, who out there is having a good time? Who out there is feeling the energy? We're on day 3 of our detox here. And that means that it's quite a gift because the inflammation starting. Can you see that in my face, honey? My face, the inflammation go down. You see that? It healed, the healing. I look younger, right? So I need to fast. I need to do 10 days, 15 days, 20 days of fasting. Can I do it? Maybe, right? Let's see. I got to lose all this weight, and I want to lose it quick. So I'm talking about losing 20 to 30 to 40 pounds in the next, the next few days, the next 10 days, the next 20 days.
Naturally doesn't necessarily mean being against new things. Like, we are here in Florida and working on opening a new center. Sienna is also like wanting to donate her properties to become new Tabawa centers. But these things, like, we didn't just decide, like, okay, let's open a center in Florida. It's because because Sero came to teach here, and then a Vietnamese devotee met him, and then she had this land and she felt inspired to give it to him. So, that is like both happening. Like, that's going with the flow, of things happening naturally. I feel that, what you're saying is right, but you're saying it like as if there's an opposition to what you're saying, but I don't see that like there's really like a disagreement to what you're saying, but you're saying it as if like something is wrong and needs to be fixed. But I don't think that anyone is arguing with you about this point, really. Like, by saying that we don't need to do anything by force or whatever, it's just like, yeah, like we also don't call the sick people and like helpless people to come to the center either on purpose. We're not putting out flyers like, come get help from our center. That was always the point in Baldwin Park also. People wanted to do things like that, and it's just obviously not Seattle's style in any case. Like, I remember Seattle talking about like not being greedy about doing good deeds. That's kind of like what comes to my mind, is that like, yeah, we want to do like many great new things, but like, yeah, we don't need to do like forcefully.
From where I'm sitting, this is
And Seattle is really going with the thinking about like not being, and like, yes, I can also see that the Thich Nhat Hanh community is another wonderful thing, and it's attracting different kinds of followers because the teachers are different, I think. So the teacher, the quality of the teacher is attracting different qualities. different types of followers. But like, even actually just today, the Vietnamese Bante here helping with the land project, he was playing some of those Thich Nhat Hanh songs in the car on the way to the land, and like it was bringing tears to my eyes, those songs. It's like, oh yeah, that's so great. And that's definitely like not something we're doing at the Bawa, obviously, but Seattle is all about collaboration. So yeah, like definitely, like we should utilize like all of these different approaches. Definitely there's nothing wrong with that, and I don't think anybody's saying that there's anything wrong with that. It's just that we're used to doing like in Tabawa style because we are Seattle's followers, and that's like what we're into. And Seattle is really like laid back, I guess. I don't know. I mean, like the thing that you are seemingly like bothered by about the people in Tabawa seems to me like sort of like copying Seattle. And maybe it's like wrong because like the way Seattle's doing it is obviously like complete, on account of complete mindfulness and detachment, and then like the way his followers are doing it may just be like, you know, laziness, disinterest. I don't know, not but like you said, like when you need them, they can be really there for you, like just incredibly, because I think because of this mindfulness and detachment practice, like I'm not sure Thich Nhat Hanh followers have that in the same way. Like, yeah, we're not like all like loving each other all the time and singing songs together, but like we have put like incredible amounts of water under the bridge, you know, and just keep on moving forward together for the purpose of good deeds. Like, it came to my mind that after our talk online, like, I called Sele Buddhadita a fucking bitch, like right to her face, over such stupid stuff, and I felt like totally like a fool and like an infant at the time, and I was super embarrassed. And like within a day or two, you know, it was just back to normal. Also, like, I'm not sure that it's right to say that Sele Kema dropped out because of a lack of support. I mean, I think that may be true in one view. In another view, you know, this is just karma, like, playing out. And I don't know, like, how it could have been different. You know, like, I'm thinking of myself when I came to Tabawa, there was only Sele Kema there. So can we say like that's the fault of Seattle or Tabawa? No, obviously this is my karma. It had to happen like that. So it's just cause and effect, I think. And we can't really look at these things as being wrong or like with some kind of oppositional attitude, like it should be different.
Sure, Pinnacle. Call in, man. Or just send me, I'll call you. Okay. Adhaum bekanze bekanze maha bekanze ranza zamongate soa hey adhaum bekanze bekanze maha bekanze ranza zamongate soa Adhaum bekanze bekanze maha bekanze ranza zamongate soa Adhaum bekanze bekanze maha bekanze ranza zamongate soa
Wane wache yelo ade omakiyayo. Wane wache yelo ade omakiyayo. Wane wache yelo ade omakiyayo. We are not hene ade na mechi ho. We are not hene yo. Ashiya che 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 yelo, wane wachi yelo, ade omakiyayo. Wane wachi yelo, ade omakiyayo. Wane wachi yelo, ade yano haine yo. Which your name, 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 chokoki, hello no more watching, no name, which your name, which your name. Which your name, which your name, which your name, chokoki, hello no more watching, hello no Oh Shemalayo, oh Shemalayo, oh Shemalayo, oh Shemalayo. Oh Shemalayo, oh Shemalayo, oh Shemalayo, wane wachi yano aine yo, wakata kaya, oh Shemalayo, oh Shemalayo, oh Shemalayo, oh Shemalayo, wane wachi yano aine yo. Which your name, which your name, which on a 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 chokoki hello no more watching no mene which on a 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 chokoki hello no more watching no mene yo we know I know yo no yo we know I know yo we know I know yo no yo we know I know yo we know I know yo no yo we know I know yo no yo we know I know yo we know I know yo no yo we know I know yo no yo we know I know which on a 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 chokoki hello no more watching no mene which on a 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 chokoki hello no more watching no which on a 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 chokoki hello no more watching no
Dear Reverend, have you ever used ayahuasca before? Dear Reverend Asmiel. I'm sure you'll figure it out, Drew. I'm sure you've fallen down many times. And what do we do when we fall down, everybody? What does Dr. Robert always say? What do we do when we fall down? We get back up. I'd recommend it if you have you feel the comfort and you feel the space and the time. It's actually in America. It's kind of semi-legal. Actually, if you're interested to try, I can talk with you about it because I think it can be very useful as a practice. As a practice tool, or just something to be with, something to experience with mindfulness and detachment. I think it's very different from LSD. It's very different from mushrooms for sure. A lot more, I would say, grounded, more like peyote or mescaline in that way. It's not so. Well, I don't know. I haven't done that. I haven't done much LSD or mushrooms. No body and no view. This is the unexcelled Buddha body. Thus has true wisdom explained the nature of Buddha's subtle teaching. Any who hear this teaching will attain the pure eye. Then the enlightening being stable wisdom, empowered by the Buddha, looked over the 10 directions and said in verse, "How grand the great light, the vigorous, unsurpassed hero who appears in the world to help the confused." The Buddha observes all beings with a heart of great compassion, seeing them in the 3 realms of existence, suffering over and over, except for the truly enlightened, the honored guide, full of virtue. There is none who can rescue all human and heavenly beings. If the Buddhas and enlightening beings did not appear in the world, there would not be a single creature who could have peace and ease. The Buddha, rightly awakened, as well as the sages and saints, appear in the world, able to bestow happiness on beings. Love you too. The Buddha has no peer. None comparable can be found. Without comprehending real truth, no one can perceive him. Buddha's body and psychic powers are inconceivably free. Neither coming nor going, he speaks the truth to liberate. If any can see and hear, the pure teacher of humans and gods, they will leave forever the states of woe and cast off all miseries. For measureless, countless eons, he cultivated enlightening practice. Who cannot know the meaning of this cannot attain Buddhahood. If one can know this meaning, one's virtues will surpass. One who makes offerings to countless Buddhas for inconceivable eons. Even if one gives to a Buddha countless lands full of jewels, if one knows not this meaning, one never attains enlightenment. Then the enlightening being, Forest of Victory, imbued with power from the Buddha, looked over the 10 directions and said in verse, "As in the summer months, with the sky clear and cloudless, the radiant sun blazes with light, filling the 10 directions. That light, boundless, impossible to measure, even by those with eyes, let alone the blind, so are the Buddhas. Their virtues are boundless. Even in inconceivable eons, no one can know them in detail. All things," this is a part that applies to us here, "all things have no provenance, and no one can create them. There is nowhere whence they are born. They cannot be discriminated. Neither can extinction be found. All things have no provenance, therefore they have no birth, because there is no birth, neither can extinction be found. All things are birthless and have no extinction either. Those who understand in this way will see the Buddha. Because things have no birth, their inherent nature is non-existent. So the inherent nature of things, like this and that, or that and this, or this and that, is non-existence. The nature of anything, milk, the word milk, the color that milk is, the idea of milk being good or bad, all things are birthless. Because things have no birth, their inherent nature is non-existent. One who analyzes and knows this will arrive at the profound truth. Because things have no inherent nature, no one can comprehend them. When understanding things in this way, ultimate nothing is understood. That which is said to have birth is to manifest lands. If one can know the nature of lands, one's mind will not be confused. Examining according to truth the nature of the world and lands, if one is able to know this, one can explain all things. Then the enlightening being, Forest of Fearlessness, by the power of the Buddha, looked over the 10 directions and said in verse, "The Buddha's immense body reaches the extremities of the cosmos. Without leaving this seat, it pervades all space. Whoever, hearing this teaching, respects and has faith in it, shall forever escape all the miseries of the states of woe. Even going to many worlds, uncountably numerous, single-mindedly desiring to hear of the powers of the Buddha and such qualities of Buddhas, their unexcelled enlightenment, even wanting to hear for a moment, none is able to do so. If any in the past believed this aspect of Buddha, they have already become Buddhas and are lamps of the world. If any will get to hear of the Buddha's free powers, and having heard will believe, they too will become Buddhas. If any in the present can believe this teaching of Buddha, they will also become Buddhas and expound the teaching fearlessly. This teaching is hard to encounter even in countless eons. If any get to hear it, know it is the power of past vows. If any can accept and hold such teachings of Buddha, and upholding them, spread them too, they will become Buddhas. How much more so those who work diligently, firm of mind, not giving up. You should know such people will certainly attain enlightenment. If people get to hear this rare teaching of freedom and can produce a joyful mind, they will soon remove the webs of doubt. The one who knows and sees all speaks these words himself. There is nothing the Buddha knows not, therefore he is inconceivable. Never from lack of wisdom has wisdom ever been born. Worldlings are always in the dark, and therefore none can produce it. Just as form and non-form are two and not one, so are knowledge and ignorance. They are essentially different, as signs and signlessness, birth, death, and nirvana are distinct and not the same, so are knowledge and nescience. When a world first comes to be, there is no sign of decay. So it is with knowledge and ignorance. Their characteristics are not simultaneous. Like the enlightening being's first state of mind does not coexist with their final state of mind, so it is with knowledge and nescience. These two minds do not coexist. Just as bodies of consciousness are individual and don't combine, so also knowledge and ignorance ultimately have no communion. Just as a panacea can eliminate all toxins, so also can knowledge extinguish all ignorance. The enlightened is unexcelled and also has no peer, has no compare at all, and is therefore hard to meet. Then the enlightening being, forest of energy, empowered by Buddha, looked over the 10 directions and said in verse, "All things have no differentiation. No one can know them. Only among Buddhas are they known, because Buddha's knowledge is ultimate. Just as gold and gold color are in essence no different, so also phenomena and non-phenomena are in essence no different. Sentient beings and non-sentient beings are both without reality. In this way, the natures of all things in truth are non-existent. Just as the future has not the marks of the past, so also do all things not have any marks at all. Just as the signs of birth and death are all unreal, so also are all things void of intrinsic nature. Nirvana cannot be grasped. But when spoken of, there are two kinds, so it is of all things. When discriminated, they are different. Just as based on something counted, there exists a way of counting, their nature is non-existent. Thus are phenomena perfectly known. It is like the method of counting, adding 1 up to infinity. The numbers have no substantial nature. They are distinguished due to intellect. Just as the worlds have an end when burnt in the final Holocaust, yet space is not destroyed, so is the Buddha's knowledge. These sentient beings of the universe each grasp characteristics of space. So it is of the Buddhas. Worldlings conceive of them arbitrarily. Then the enlightening being, forest of power, by the Buddha's power, looked over the 10 directions and said in verse, "All realms of living beings are in the past, present, or future. The living beings of past, present, and future all dwell in the 5 clusters. Mental phenomena are like phantoms. Okay. Any questions? Any questions or sharing experience from our gathering today? Yeah, so about 15 hours today, so that's a good work. Thank you all for participating and practicing together with me. We can take a rest and hopefully see you again soon. We have more opportunities to practice together. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
Of foremost importance is the citta, the mind's essential knowing nature. It consists of pure and simple awareness. The citta simply knows. Awareness of good and evil and the critical judgments that result are merely activities of the citta. At times, these activities may manifest as mindfulness. At other times, wisdom. But the true citta does not exhibit any activities or manifest any conditions at all. It only knows. Those activities that arise in the citta, such as awareness of good and evil, or happiness and suffering, or praise and blame, are all conditions of the consciousness that flows out from the citta. Since it represents activities and conditions of the citta that are by their very nature constantly arising and ceasing, this sort of consciousness is always unstable and unreliable. The conscious acknowledgement of phenomena as they arise and cease is called vijnana. For instance, vijnana acknowledges and registers the sense impressions that are produced when sights, sounds, smells, tastes, and tactile sensations contact their respective sense organs. Each such contact between an external sense sphere and its corresponding internal base gives rise to a specific consciousness that registers the moment at which each interaction takes place, and then promptly ceases at the same moment that the contact passes. Vijnana, therefore, is consciousness as a condition of the citta. Sankhara, or thoughts and imagination, is also a condition of the citta. Once the citta has given expression to these conditions, they tend to proliferate without limit. On the other hand, when no conditions arise at all, only the citta's inherent quality of knowing is apparent. Still, the essential knowing of the average person's mind is very different from the essential knowing of an arahant. The average person's knowing nature is contaminated from within. Arahants are free of all contamination. Their knowing is a pure and simple awareness, without any adulteration. Pure awareness devoid of all contaminants is supreme awareness. A truly amazing quality of knowing that bestows perfect happiness as befits the arahant's state of absolute purity. This supreme happiness always remains constant. It never changes or varies, like conditioned phenomena of the world, which are always burdened with anicca, dukkha, and anatta, impermanence, unsatisfactoriness, and not self. Such mundane characteristics cannot possibly enter into the citta of someone who has cleansed it until it is absolutely pure. The citta forms the very foundation of samsara. It is the essence of being that wanders from birth to birth. It is the instigator of the cycle of existence and the prime mover in the round of repeated birth and death. Samsara is said to be a cycle because death and rebirth recur regularly according to the immutable law of karma. The citta is governed by karma, so it is obliged to revolve perpetually in this cycle, following karma's dictates. As long as the citta remains under the jurisdiction of karma, this will always be the case. The citta of the arahant is the sole exception, for their citta has completely transcended karma's domain. Since they have also transcended all conventional connections, not a single aspect of relative conventional reality can possibly become involved with the arahant's citta. At the level of arahant, the citta has absolutely no involvement with anything. Once the citta is totally pure, it simply knows, according to its own inherent nature. It is here that the citta reaches its culmination. It attains perfection at the level of absolute purity. Here, the continuous migration from one birth to the next finally comes to an end. Here, the perpetual journey from the higher realms of existence to the lower ones and back again, through the repetitive cycle of birth, aging, sickness and death, totally ceases. Why does it cease here? Because those hidden defiling elements that normally permeate the chitta and cause it to spin around have been completely eliminated. All that remains is the pure chitta, which will never again experience birth and death. Rebirth is inevitable, however, for the chitta that is yet to reach that level of purity. One may be tempted to deny that rebirth follows death, or one may doggedly hold to the nihilistic viewpoint that rejects all possibility of life after death. But such convictions cannot alter the truth. One's essential knowing nature is not governed by speculation, nor is it influenced by people's views and opinions. Its preeminence within one's own being, coupled with the supreme authority of karma, completely override all speculative considerations. As a consequence, all living beings are compelled to move from one life to the next, experiencing both gross incarnations, like the creatures of land, sea, and air, and the more refined incarnations of ghosts, devas, and brahmas, although the latter are so ethereal as to be invisible to the human eye. The chitta has no difficulty taking birth in their realms. The appropriate karma is all that is required. Karma is a determining factor. It is the power that propels the chitta on its ceaseless journey in samsara. The chitta is something so extremely subtle that it is difficult to comprehend what actually constitutes the chitta. It is only when the chitta attains a state of meditative calm that its true nature becomes apparent. Even experienced meditators who are intent on understanding the chitta are unable to know its true nature until they have attained the meditative calm of samadhi. Even though the chitta resides within the body, we are nevertheless unable to detect it. That's how very subtle it is. Because it is dispersed throughout the physical body, we cannot tell which part or which aspect is actually the true chitta. It is so subtle that only the practice of meditation can detect its presence and differentiate it from all other aspects associated with the body. Through the practice of meditation, we can separate them out, seeing that the body is one thing and the chitta is another. This is one level of separation, the level of the chitta that is experienced in samadhi. But its duration is limited to the time spent practicing samadhi. At the next level, the chitta can totally separate itself from the physical body, but it cannot yet disengage from the mental components of personality, Vedana, Sanya, Sankhara, and Vijnana. Sensation, perception, thought, and sense consciousness. When the chitta reaches this level, one can use wisdom to separate out the body and eventually become detached forever from the belief that one's body is oneself. But one is still unable to separate the mental factors, feeling, memory, thoughts, and consciousness from the chitta. By using wisdom to investigate further, these mental factors can also be detached from the chitta. We then see clearly for ourselves that all 5 khandhas, or aggregates, are a reality separate from the chitta. This is the 3rd level of separation. At the final level, our attention turns to the original cause of all delusion, that extremely subtle pervasion of ignorance we call avijja. We know avijja's name, but we fail to realize that it is concealed there within the chitta. In fact, it permeates the chitta like an insidious poison. We cannot see it yet, but it's there. At this stage, we must rely on the superior strength of our mindfulness, wisdom, and perseverance to extract the poison. Eventually, by employing the full power of mindfulness and wisdom, even this ignorance, avijja, can be separated from the chitta. When everything permeating the chitta has finally been removed, we have reached the ultimate stage. Separation at this level is a permanent and total disengagement that requires no further effort to maintain. This is true freedom for the chitta. When the body suffers illness, we know clearly that only the physical elements are affected. So we are not concerned or upset by the symptoms. Ordinarily, bodily discomfort causes mental stress. But once the chitta is truly free, one remains supremely happy. Even amidst intense physical suffering, the body and the pain are known to be phenomena separate from the chitta. So the chitta does not participate in the distress. Having relinquished them unequivocally, body and feelings can never again intermix with the chitta. This is the chitta's absolute freedom. Being intrinsically bright and clear, the chitta is always ready to make contact with everything of every nature. Although all conditioned phenomena, without exception, are governed by the 3 universal laws of anicca, dukkha, and anatta, the chitta's true nature is not subject to these laws. The chitta is conditioned by anicca, dukkha, and anatta only because things that are subject to these laws come spinning in to become involved with the chitta, and so cause it to spin along with them. However, though it spins in unison with conditioned phenomena, the chitta never disintegrates or falls apart. It spins following the influence of those forces which have the power to make it spin. But the true power of the chitta's own nature is that it knows and does not die. This deathlessness is a quality that lies beyond disintegration. Being beyond disintegration, it also lies beyond the range of anicca, dukkha, and anatta, and the universal laws of nature. But we remain unaware of this truth because the conventional realities that involve themselves with the chitta have completely surrounded it, making the chitta's nature thoroughly conform to theirs. Birth and death have always been conditions of the chitta that is infected by kilesas, or defilements. But since kilesa themselves are the cause of our ignorance, we are unaware of this truth. Birth and death are problems arising from the kilesas. Our real problem, our one fundamental problem, which is also the chitta's fundamental problem, is that we lack the power needed to be our own true self. Instead, we have always taken counterfeit things to be the essence of who we really are, so that the chitta's behaviour is never in harmony with its true nature. Rather, it expresses itself through the kilesas' cunning deceits, which cause it to feel anxious and frightened of virtually everything. It dreads living and it dreads dying. Whatever happens, slight pain, severe pain, it becomes afraid. It's perturbed by even the smallest disturbances. As a result, the chitta is forever full of worries and fears. And although fear and worry are not intrinsic to the chitta, they still manage to produce apprehension there. When the chitta has been cleansed so that it is absolutely pure and free of all involvement, only then will we see a chitta devoid of all fear. Then neither fear nor courage appear. Only the chitta's true nature, existing naturally alone, on its own, forever independent of time and space. Only that appears, nothing else. This is the genuine chitta. The term genuine chitta refers solely to the absolute purity. Nothing else can wholeheartedly and without reservation be called the genuine chitta. It is the purity of the Arahant's chitta, freed from the kilesas. The term original chitta means the original nature of the chitta that spins endlessly through the cycle of rebirth. The Buddha indicated this when he said that the original chitta is intrinsically bright and clear, but it becomes defiled by the commingling of the incoming defilements. In this sense, original chitta refers to the origin of conventional reality, not the origin of absolute purity. When referring to the original chitta, the Buddha stated, "This mind, monks, is radiant, but it is defiled by extraneous defilements." Here, the key word is radiant, but it does not mean pure. The Buddha's reasoning is absolutely correct. It is impossible to argue against it. Had the Buddha equated the original chitta with the pure or genuine chitta, one could immediately object. If the chitta was originally pure, why then should it be born at all? The Arahant who has purified their chitta is one who never comes to birth again. If their chitta were originally pure, then why would they need to purify it? This would be the obvious objection. What reason would there be to purify it? The radiant chitta, on the other hand, can be purified because its radiance is nothing other than the essential true nature of avijja, or ignorance. Meditators will realize this truth clearly for themselves the moment when the chitta transcends this radiance to reach absolute freedom. Once the chitta has become so well cleansed that it is always bright and clear, then, when we are in a quiet place, surrounded by complete silence, as in the still of the night, even though the chitta has not converged in samadhi, the focal point of its awareness is so exceedingly delicate and refined as to be indescribable. This subtle awareness manifests as a radiance that extends forth in all directions around us. We are unconscious of sights, sounds, odours, tastes, and tactile sensations, despite the fact that the chitta has not entered samadhi. Instead, it is actually experiencing its own firm foundation, the very basis of the chitta that has been well cleansed to the point where a mesmerizing, majestic quality of knowing is its most prominent feature. Seeming to exist independent of the physical body, this kind of extremely refined awareness stands out exclusively within the chitta. Due to the subtle and pronounced nature of the chitta at this stage, its knowing nature completely predominates. No images or visions appear there at all. It is an awareness that stands out exclusively on its own. This is one aspect of the chitta. Another aspect is seen when this well-cleansed chitta enters meditative calm, not thinking or imagining anything, ceasing all activity, all movement. It simply rests for a while. All thought and imagination within the chitta comes to a complete halt. This is called the chitta entering a state of total calm. Then, the chitta's essential knowing nature is all that remains. Except for this very refined awareness, an awareness that seems to blanket the entire cosmos, absolutely nothing else appears. For unlike a beam of light whose range is limited, reaching either near or far depending on the strength of the light, the flow of the chitta has no limits, no near or far. For instance, the brightness of an electric light depends on its wattage. The flow of the chitta is very different. Distance is not a factor. To be precise, the chitta is beyond the conditions of time and space, which allows it to blanket everything. Far is like near, for concepts of space do not apply. All that appears is a very refined awareness, suffusing everything throughout the entire universe. The whole world seems to be filled by this subtle quality of knowing, as though nothing else exists. Though things still exist in the world, as they always have. The all-encompassing flow of the chitta that has been cleansed of the things that cloud and obscure it. This is the chitta's true power. The chitta that is absolutely pure is even more difficult to describe, since it is something that defies definition. I don't know how I could characterize it. It cannot be expressed in the same way that conventional things in general can be, simply because it is not a conventional phenomenon. It is the sole province of those who have transcended all aspects of conventional reality, and thus realize within themselves that non-conventional nature. For this reason, words cannot describe it. Why do we speak of a conventional chitta and an absolutely pure chitta? Are they actually two different chitta? Not at all. It remains the same chitta. When it is controlled by conventional realities such as defilements and outflowings, asavas, that is one condition of the chitta. But when the faculty of wisdom has scrubbed it clean, until this condition has totally disintegrated, the true citta, the true Dharma, the one that can stand the test, will not disintegrate and disappear along with it. Only the conditions of anicca, dukkha and anatta, which infiltrate the citta, actually disappear. No matter how subtle the defilements may be, they are still conditioned by anicca, dukkha and anatta, and therefore must be conventional phenomena. Once these things have completely disintegrated, the true citta, the one that has transcended conventional reality, becomes fully apparent. This is called the citta's absolute freedom, or the citta's absolute purity. All connections continuing from the citta's previous condition have been severed forever. Now, utterly pure, the citta's essential knowing nature remains alone, on its own. We cannot say where in the body this essential knowing nature is centered. Previously, with a conventional citta, it formed a prominent point that we could clearly see and know. For example, in samadhi, we knew that it was centered in the middle of the chest because the knowing quality of our awareness stood out prominently there. The calm, the brightness, and the radiance appeared to emanate conspicuously from that point. We could see this for ourselves. All meditators whose level of calm has reached the very base of samadhi realize that the center of what knows stands out prominently in the region of the heart. They will not argue that it is centered in the brain, as those who have no experience in the practice of samadhi are always claiming. But when the same citta has been cleansed until it is pure, that center then disappears. One can no longer say that the citta is located above or below, or that it is situated at any specific point in the body. It is now pure awareness, a knowing quality that is so subtle and refined that it transcends all conventional designations whatsoever. Still, in saying that it is exceedingly refined, we are obliged to use a conventional figure of speech that cannot possibly express the truth. For of course the notion of extreme refinement is itself a convention, a concept. Since this refined awareness does not have a point or a center, it is impossible to specifically locate its position. There is only that essential knowing, with absolutely nothing infiltrating it. Although it still exists amid the same khandhas with which it used to intermix, it no longer shares any common characteristics with them. It is a world apart. only then do we know clearly that the body, the khandhas, and the citta are all distinct and separate realities. The Buddha addressed the monks. Monks, these 8 worldly conditions spin around the world, and the world spins around these 8 worldly conditions. What 8? Gain and loss, fame and disrepute, praise and blame, pleasure and pain. These 8 worldly conditions spin around the world, and the world spins around these 8 worldly conditions. An unlearned, ordinary person meets with gain and loss, fame and disrepute, praise and blame, pleasure and pain. And so does a learned, noble disciple. What then is the distinction, the disparity, the difference here between a learned, noble disciple and an ordinary, unlearned person? Lord, our teachings are rooted in the Blessed One. He is our guide and refuge. May the Buddha himself please clarify the meaning of this, and we will listen and remember it. Then listen, monks, and apply your mind well. I will speak. Monks, when an unlearned, ordinary person meets with gain, they don't reflect. This gain that I've encountered is impermanent, stressful, and subject to change. Thus, they don't understand it as it really is. And so too when they meet with loss or fame, disrepute, praise, blame, pleasure, or pain. They don't reflect. This condition that I've encountered is impermanent, stressful, and subject to change. Thus, they don't understand it as it really is. So gain obsesses their mind, and loss obsesses their mind. Fame obsesses their mind, and disrepute obsesses their mind. Blame obsesses their mind, and praise obsesses their mind. Pleasure obsesses their mind, and pain obsesses their mind. They are attracted to gain and repelled by loss. They are attracted to fame and repelled by disrepute. They are attracted to praise and repelled by blame. They are attracted to pleasure and repelled by pain. Being so full of attraction and repulsion, they are not freed from birth, old age, and death, from sorrow, lamentation, pain, dejection, and anguish. They're not freed from suffering, I say. However, when a learned, noble disciple meets with gain, they reflect. This gain that I've encountered is impermanent, stressful, and subject to change. Thus, they understand it as it really is. And so too, when they meet with loss, or fame, disrepute, praise, blame, pleasure or pain, they reflect. This condition I've encountered is impermanent, stressful, and subject to change. Thus, they understand it as it really is. So gain and loss, fame and disrepute, praise and blame, and pleasure and pain, they don't obsess their mind. They don't favour gain or oppose loss. They don't favour fame or oppose disrepute. They don't favour praise or oppose blame. They don't favour pleasure or oppose pain. Having thus given up favouring and opposing, discarding attraction and repulsion, they are freed from birth, old age, and death, from sorrow, lamentation, pain, dejection, and anguish. They're freed from suffering, I say. This then is the distinction, the disparity, the difference between a learned noble disciple and an unlearned ordinary person. Gain and loss, fame and disrepute, praise and blame, pleasure and pain. These conditions that people meet are all impermanent, transient, and subject to change. A wise and mindful person knows these things, seeing that they're perishable. Desirable things don't disturb their mind, nor are they repelled by the undesirable. Both favouring and opposing are cleared and disappeared. They are no more. Knowing the stainless, sorrowless state, they understand rightly and have gone beyond becoming to the further shore. Thus have I heard. On one occasion the Blessed One was living in the Kuru country, at a town of the Kurus named Kamasadama. There he addressed the bhikkhus thus. Bhikkhus, Venerable Sir, they replied. The Blessed One said this. Bhikkhus, this is the direct path for the purification of beings, for the surmounting of sorrow and lamentation, for the disappearance of pain and grief, for the attainment of the true way, for the realization of Nibbana, namely, the four foundations of mindfulness. What are the four? Here, bhikkhus, one abides contemplating the body as a body, ardent, fully aware and mindful, having put away covetousness and grief for the world. They abide contemplating feelings as feelings, ardent, fully aware and mindful, having put away covetousness and grief for the world. They abide contemplating mind as mind, ardent, fully aware and mindful, having put away covetousness and grief for the world. They abide contemplating mind objects as mind objects, ardent, fully aware and mindful, having put away covetousness and grief for the world. And how, bhikkhus, does one abide contemplating the body as a body? Here, a meditator, gone to the forest or to the root of a tree or to an empty hut, sits down, having folded their legs crosswise, setting their body erect and establishing mindfulness in front of them. Ever mindful, they breathe in. Mindful, they breathe out. Breathing in long, they understand. I breathe in long. Breathing out long, they understand. I breathe out long. Breathing in short, they understand. I breathe in short. Or breathing out short, they understand. I breathe out short. One trains thus. I shall breathe in, experiencing the whole body of breath. One trains thus. I shall breathe out, experiencing the whole body of breath. One trains thus. I shall breathe in, tranquilizing the bodily formation. One trains thus. I shall breathe out, tranquilizing the bodily formations. In this way, one abides contemplating the body as a body internally, or one abides contemplating the body as a body externally, or one abides contemplating the body as a body both internally and externally. Or else they abide contemplating in the body its arising factors, or they abide contemplating in the body its vanishing factors. Or they abide contemplating in the body both its arising and vanishing factors. Or else mindfulness that there is a body is simply established in one to the extent necessary for bare knowledge and mindfulness. And one abides independent, not clinging to anything in the world. This is how a meditator abides contemplating the body as a body. Again, bhikkhus, when walking, one understands, I am walking. When standing, one understands, I am standing. When sitting, one understands, I am sitting. When lying down, one understands, I am lying down. Or one understands accordingly, however their body is disposed. That too is how a meditator abides contemplating the body as a body. Again, bhikkhus, a meditator is one who acts in full awareness when going forward and returning, who acts in full awareness when looking ahead and looking away, who acts in full awareness when flexing and extending their limbs, who acts in full awareness when wearing their robes and carrying their outer robe and bowl, who acts in full awareness when eating, drinking, consuming food and tasting, who acts in full awareness when defecating and urinating, who acts in full awareness when walking, standing, sitting, falling asleep, waking up, talking, and keeping silent. In this way, one abides contemplating the body as a body internally, externally, and both internally and externally. Or else they abide contemplating in the body its arising factors, or they abide contemplating in the body its vanishing factors. Or they abide contemplating in the body both its arising and vanishing factors. Or else mindfulness that there is a body is simply established in one to the extent necessary for bare knowledge and mindfulness. And they abide independent, not clinging to anything in the world. That too is how a meditator abides contemplating the body as a body. Again, bhikkhus, a meditator reviews this same body up from the soles of the feet and down from the top of the hair, bounded by skin, as full of many kinds of impurity. Thus, in this body there are head hairs, body hairs, nails, teeth, skin, flesh, sinews, bones, bone marrow, kidneys, heart, liver, diaphragm, spleen, lungs, large intestines, small intestines, contents of the stomach, feces, bile, phlegm, pus, blood, sweat, fat, tears, grease, spittle, snot, oil of the joints, and urine. Just as though there were a bag with an opening at both ends, full of many sorts of grain, such as hill rice, red rice, beans, peas, millet, and white rice. And a person with good eyes were to open it and review it thus: this is hill rice, this is red rice, and so on. A meditator reviews this same body as full of many kinds of impurity thus: in this body there are head hairs, body hairs, nails, teeth, skin, flesh, sinews, bones, and so on. That too is how a meditator abides, contemplating the body as a body. Again, bhikkhus, a meditator reviews this same body, however it is placed, however disposed, and consisting of elements thus: in this body there are the earth element, the water element, the fire element, and the air element. Just as though a skilled butcher or his apprentice had killed a cow and was seated at the crossroads with it cut up into pieces, so too a meditator reviews this same body as consisting of elements thus: in this body there are the earth element, the water element, the fire element, and the air element. In this way, one abides contemplating the body as a body internally, externally, and both internally and externally. Or else they abide contemplating in the body its arising factors, or they abide contemplating in the body its vanishing factors. Or they abide contemplating in the body both its arising and vanishing factors. Or else mindfulness that there is a body is simply established in one to the extent necessary for bare knowledge and mindfulness. And they abide independent, not clinging to anything in the world. That too is how a meditator abides, contemplating the body as a body. Again, bhikkhus, as though one were to see a corpse thrown aside in a charnel ground, 1, 2, or 3 days dead, bloated, livid, and oozing matter. A meditator compares his same body with it thus. This body too is of the same nature. It will be like that. It is not exempt from that fate. That too is how a meditator abides, contemplating the body as a body. Again, as though as one were to see a corpse thrown aside in a charnel ground, being devoured by crows, hawks, vultures, dogs, jackals, or various kinds of worms. A meditator compares his same body with it thus. This body too is of the same nature. It will be like that. It is not exempt from that fate. That too is how a meditator abides, contemplating the body as a body. Again, as though one were to see a corpse thrown aside in a charnel ground, a skeleton with flesh and blood, held together with sinews, a fleshless skeleton smeared with blood, held together with sinews, a skeleton without flesh and blood, held together with sinews, disconnected bones scattered in all directions, here a hand bone, there a foot bone, Here a shin bone, there a thigh bone. Here a hip bone, there a back bone. Here a rib bone, there a breast bone. Here an arm bone, there a shoulder bone. Here a neck bone, there a jaw bone. Here a tooth, there the skull. A meditator compares this same body with it thus. This body too is of the same nature. It will be like that. It is not exempt from that fate. That too is how a meditator abides, contemplating the body as a body. Again, as though one were to see a corpse thrown aside in a charnel ground, bones bleached white, the colour of shells, bones heaped up, more than a year old, bones rotted and crumbled to dust. A meditator compares his same body with it thus. This body too is of the same nature. It will be like that. It is not exempt from that fate. In this way, one abides contemplating the body as a body internally, externally, and both internally and externally. Or else they abide contemplating in the body its arising factors, or they abide contemplating in the body its vanishing factors. Or they abide contemplating in the body both its arising and vanishing factors. Or else mindfulness that there is a body is simply established in one to the extent necessary for bare knowledge and mindfulness. And they abide independent, not clinging to anything in the world. That too is how a meditator abides, contemplating the body as a body. And how, bhikkhus, does a meditator abide contemplating feelings as feelings? Here, when feeling a pleasant feeling, a meditator understands. I feel a pleasant feeling. When feeling a painful feeling, they understand. I feel a painful feeling. When feeling a neither painful nor pleasant feeling, they understand. I feel a neither painful nor pleasant feeling. When feeling a worldly pleasant feeling, they understand. I feel a worldly pleasant feeling. When feeling an unworldly pleasant feeling, when feeling a worldly painful feeling, when feeling an unworldly painful feeling, when feeling a worldly neither painful nor pleasant feeling, they understand accordingly. In this way, one abides contemplating feelings as feelings, internally, or they abide contemplating feelings as feelings externally, or they abide contemplating feelings as feelings both internally and externally. Or else they abide contemplating in feelings their arising factors, or they abide contemplating in feelings their vanishing factors, or they abide contemplating in feelings both their arising and vanishing factors. Or else, mindfulness that there is feeling is simply established in them to the extent necessary for bare knowledge and mindfulness. And they abide independent, not clinging to anything in the world. That is how a meditator abides contemplating feelings as feelings. And how, bhikkhus, does a meditator abide contemplating mind as mind? Here, a meditator understands mind affected by lust as mind affected by lust, and mind unaffected by lust as mind unaffected by lust. They understand mind affected by hate as mind affected by hate. And mind unaffected by hate as mind unaffected by hate. One understands mind affected by delusion as mind affected by delusion. And mind unaffected by delusion as mind unaffected by delusion. One understands contracted mind. One understands distracted mind. One understands exalted mind and unexalted mind. One understands surpassed mind and unsurpassed mind. One understands concentrated mind One understands unconcentrated mind. One understands liberated mind as liberated mind, and unliberated mind as unliberated mind. One understands mind accordingly. In this way, one abides contemplating mind as mind internally, or one abides contemplating mind as mind externally, or one abides contemplating mind as mind both internally and externally. Or else one abides contemplating in mind its arising factors, or its vanishing factors, or both its arising and vanishing factors. Or else mindfulness that there is mind is simply established in one to the extent necessary for bare knowledge and mindfulness. And one abides independent, not clinging to anything in the world. That is how a meditator abides, contemplating mind as mind. And how, bhikkhus, does a meditator abide contemplating mind objects as mind objects? Here, a meditator abides contemplating mind objects as mind objects, in terms of the 5 hindrances. Here, there being sensual desire in one, A meditator understands there is sensual desire in me. Or there being no sensual desire in them, they understand there is no sensual desire in me. And they also understand how there comes to be the arising of unrisen sensual desire. And how there comes to be the abandoning of arisen sensual desire. And how there comes to be the future non-arising of abandoned sensual desire. There being ill will in them, there being sloth and torpor in them, there being restlessness and remorse in them, there being doubt in them. A meditator understands there is ill will, there is sloth and torpor, there is restlessness and remorse, there is doubt in me. Or there being none of them, they understand there is no ill will in me. There is no sloth and torpor, no restlessness and remorse, no doubt. And they understand how there comes to be the arising of these, and how there comes to be the abandoning of these, and how there comes to be the future non-arising of all of these hindrances. In this way, they abide contemplating mind objects as mind objects internally. Or they abide contemplating mind objects as mind objects externally. Or they abide contemplating them both internally and externally. They abide contemplating in mind objects their arising factors, their vanishing factors, their arising and vanishing factors. Or else, mindfulness that there are mind objects is simply established in them, to the extent necessary for bare knowledge and mindfulness. And they abide independent, not clinging to anything in the world. That is how a meditator abides, contemplating mind objects as mind objects, in terms of the 5 hindrances. Again, bhikkhus, a meditator abides contemplating mind objects as mind objects in terms of the 5 aggregates affected by clinging. Here a meditator understands such is material form, such its origin, such its disappearance. Such is feeling, such its origin, such its disappearance. Such is perception. Such are the formations. Such their origin. Such their disappearance. Such is consciousness. Such its origin. Such its disappearance. In this way, one abides contemplating mind objects as mind objects in terms of the 5 aggregates affected by clinging. Again, bhikkhus, a meditator abides contemplating mind objects as mind objects in terms of the 6 internal and external bases. Here, a meditator understands the I. They understand form. And they understand the fetter that arises dependent on both. And they also understand how there comes to be the arising of the unarisen fetter. And how there comes to be the abandoning of the arisen fetter. And how there comes to be the future non-arising of the abandoned fetter. One understands the ear. One understands sounds. One understands the nose, the odours, the tongue, the flavours. One understands the body. One understands tangibles. One understands the mind objects, and one understands the fetter that arises dependent on both. And one also understands how there comes to be the arising of the unarisen fetter, and how there comes to be the abandoning of the arisen fetter, and how there comes to be the future non-arising of the abandoned fetter. In this way, one abides contemplating mind objects as mind objects, in terms of the 6 internal and external bases. Again, bhikkhus, a meditator abides contemplating mind objects as mind objects, in terms of the 7 enlightenment factors. Here, there being the mindfulness enlightenment factor in them, a meditator understands there is the mindfulness enlightenment factor in me. Or there being no mindfulness enlightenment factor in them, they understand there is no mindfulness enlightenment factor in me. And they also understand how there comes to be the arising of this factor, and how the arisen factor comes to the fulfillment by development. There being the investigation of states enlightenment factor in them, the energy enlightenment factor, the rapture enlightenment factor, the tranquility enlightenment factor, the concentration enlightenment factor, and the equanimity enlightenment factor. A meditator understands there is this particular enlightenment factor in me. Or there being none of this particular enlightenment factor in them, they understand there is none of this particular enlightenment factor in me. They also understand how there comes to be the arising of this particular factor, and how the arisen enlightenment factor comes to fulfillment by development. In this way they abide contemplating mind objects as mind objects, in terms of the 7 enlightenment factors. Again, bhikkhus, a meditator abides contemplating mind objects as mind objects in terms of the 4 noble truths. Here, a meditator understands as it actually is. This is suffering. One understands as it actually is. This is the origin of suffering. One understands as it actually is. This is the cessation of suffering. One understands as it actually is. This is the way leading to the cessation of suffering. That is how a meditator abides, contemplating mind objects as mind objects, in terms of the 4 noble truths. Bhikkhus, if anyone should develop these 4 foundations of mindfulness in such a way for 7 years, one of 2 fruits could be expected for them. Either final knowledge here and now, or if there is a trace of clinging left, non-return. Let alone 7 years, bhikkhus. If anyone should develop these 4 foundations of mindfulness in such a way for 6 years, for 5 years, for 4 years, for 3 years, for 2 years, for 1 year, one of 2 fruits could be expected for them. Either final knowledge here and now, or if there is a trace of clinging left, non-return. Let alone 1 year, bhikkhus. If anyone should develop these 4 foundations of mindfulness in such a way for 7 months, for 6 months, for 5, for 4, for 3, for 2, for 1 month, for half a month, one of 2 fruits could be expected for them. Either final knowledge here and now, or if there is a trace of clinging left, non-return. Let alone half a month, bhikkhus. If anyone should develop these 4 foundations of mindfulness in such a way for 7 days, one of 2 fruits could be expected for them. Either final knowledge here and now, or if there is a trace of clinging left, non-return. So it was with reference to this that it was said, because this is the direct path for the purification of beings, for the surmounting of sorrow and lamentation, for the disappearance of pain and grief, for the attainment of the true way, for the realization of Nibbana. Namely, the four foundations of mindfulness. This is what the Blessed One said. The bhikkhus were satisfied and delighted in the Blessed One's words. Okay, I think we're live. Testing one with this new microphone. Hello and good morning. I hope you can all hear me okay. We're testing out these new mics. And I think I've connected okay. So maybe just a thumbs up. It seems to be indicating on my end. But I'd hate to be sitting here and just moving my mouth. So welcome to everyone who put their name in the chat and those who haven't put their name in the chat, who are sitting quietly. Yep, sounds good. Thanks for that. Here we are again. And you might be able to see that it's quite a rainy, grey day. Quite beautiful. And here on the east coast of Australia, we've been forecast with a very large weather event coming. A major low pressure system. So we're going to get a whole week of rain, which this garden, this earth around here desperately needs. So feeling very grateful for that, because it's, for a lot of farmers, especially out west, it's been a prolonged drought. Oh, okay, we had an offline thing then. Okay, I think we're right. So bear with, because it is so cloudy, it shouldn't drop out too much because it's meant to be a good connection. But if it does, don't worry. It generally picks itself up again, but it's all cloudy today. So the satellites out there might be having a bit of a hard time pinging us together. Anyway, so the rain, yes, just reflecting on that, because feeling a lot of gratitude for it, for the effects it'll have on so many people and this earth too. And so I wanted to take that practice of gratitude into the meditation. So if you haven't been to these live sessions before, we spend a short period of time just letting the mind settle, letting things settle, and I give a little bit of guided meditation. And then from that basis, if questions arise, particularly about meditation practice, hopefully I can respond helpfully. So, I think people should have arrived by now. If they're coming, if they come halfway through, just ignore the chat. And I invite you all to take up your meditation seating posture. If you sit on a meditation cushion or you sit comfortably in the chair, whatever posture you're adopting, just get yourself comfortable and positioned in a way that energy can flow. So obviously sitting upright helps the energy move through the central nervous system, helps to keep us awake. This is why we take these postures and gives us a sense of balance. And it has all sorts of effects on the psyche. So without going into that, just encouraging you to look at how you're sitting in meditation. If you're having trouble staying awake or you're having troubles being settled, so if restlessness is a big thing, then the first thing I would encourage you to examine would be your posture. Because a good posture will combat drowsiness, sleepiness, and will also combat restlessness, both in the body and mind. So let's all get stable and upright. And you can gently close your eyes for this meditation. But if you're much preferring to do open eye gaze, that's completely fine. But because of the nature of this guidance, having your eyes closed might just be a little easier. So start out by taking a few, excuse me, a few deep conscious breaths. Breathing deep into the belly. And then releasing it very slowly, very mindfully. Do this at your own pace a few times until you feel the effects of bringing you into the present moment. And once you've done that a few times, then allow the breath to become natural. Just a normal inhalation and exhalation. But keep your mindfulness with the breath, with the movement of the breath. In a very gentle, easeful way. Don't force the mind. Just very lovingly turn the attention towards your own breathing. And we'll start just by bringing a global awareness of your body. Noticing how you're sitting, how the body feels overall, and how you might just slightly adjust it in order to feel more relaxed or release any tension. And straight away notice that how simply by bringing your attention to body in the form of the bodily form or the breath, which is part of the body, how just bringing the attention to those in the present moment, what it does to the mind. And what it does to the sense of either tension or relaxation. Just this simple act of paying attention, of being willing to be with what is in whatever shape or feeling it takes, without pushing, without pulling, has a powerful and immediate effect on our consciousness. Most people spend most of the day disconnected from body and also from what's going on in the mind. So that's why we end up with stress and fragmentation. So just coming here today, having this intention to be with what is a very powerful act. More powerful than most people realize. So don't take it for granted what you're doing. You're basically going against the stream. So all I'm going to encourage you to do in this short meditation is just to be the witness. Just witness what arises, and what ceases. Whether it be sensations in the body, thoughts floating through the mind, emotions stinging the heart, external sounds, internal sounds, any sights, any smells, anything that arises within sense consciousness. Just treat them all the same. And be the witness. And by that I mean refrain from judging, refrain from critiquing, criticizing. Refrain from picking anything up and grasping it, clinging to it. Just let everything come and notice it goes by itself when you don't cling to it. And notice the immediate impact and effect of that in each moment. Notice the effect of clinging or grasping or resisting. And notice the effect of letting go, of relinquishing, of releasing. You can actually see that in every moment, with every breath. With every mind moment, there's an opportunity to either cling or release. And it's not as if you're here, sitting here, waiting to catch yourself out. So don't develop that sort of tension in your meditation. Just relax and simply notice when you cling and when you let go. And when you do see clinging, be happy because you've seen it. And because you've seen it, it can release. If you don't see it, it just continues on, creating more tension. So you can really start to enjoy this process of just relaxing, witnessing, and allowing the unfolding of release to happen. If the mind starts to drift or daydream, see how there's clinging involved in that. You're liking the fantasy of something you imagine you're going to do in the future. Or a thought of the past comes and you're trying to reconcile the guilt, the remorse. All of these movements in the mind are simply clinging, holding on to the past, clinging, craving for the future. And they both have the same effect. You have to see this for yourself. Within this very body-mind. You don't need to read about or study meditation. The only study that needs to take place is within yourself. And when you start to see more clearly what's going on, then you're really undertaking study. If we don't know the nature of clinging, liberation is impossible. And this clinging can only clearly be seen when the mind settles down, starts to become more quiet, more settled. And then we have a much clearer sense of how it's moving. We have a much clearer sense of all its tricks, its patterns, its habitual tendencies. So we have to really study our own mind, our own heart. and a very skillful means to help change any dreary landscape that you might be witnessing in the mind, in the heart, is to bring gratitude into this heart. So even though the encouragement in the meditation was simply to observe and allow whatever's arising to arise, it doesn't mean that we can't use skillful tools as a way of cultivating and changing the emotional landscape. And one of the most powerful tools is to develop a sense of gratitude. So just for the end of this meditation, I'll encourage you to bring to mind just 3 things. And they can be very small things. Like at the beginning I said, I'm feeling very grateful for the rain. Although that is no small thing, that's actually quite a large thing. So 3 things in your life that you feel deep gratitude for. And what I'll ask you to do is just to bring one to mind at a time and just reflect on it. Get a sense of connecting with it. And when you reflect on it, how it impacts your heart. So just spend a little time allowing these 3 things to come to mind, and then meditate on each 3, getting in touch with that feeling of gratitude, appreciation, joy. And as you learn to get in touch with these things in your life, or people, or animals, or events, notice what it does internally to your own sense of well-being, your own peace of mind, stillness of mind and heart. When you turn it towards sincerely feeling grateful and contented. Notice the immediate effect. And let these feelings of gratitude contentment, joy, spread throughout your whole body. Deepening that feeling of inner peace. And then spread those feelings of contentment and joy, of peace, throughout the whole universe. Sending it to anyone who comes to mind who needs to feel some peace. And then just being willing to share with all sentient beings. May all beings feel gratitude for what they have. Contentment, inner peace and joy. So when you feel ready, we can start to move the body. Take a few deep breaths or some stretching if you need to. And then we'll come into the space of this chat screen. If there are any questions. So just seeing the note from Alex, who joined with Arjitindriya's last stream or something, was helpful. So yeah, we're really helpful that these offerings on a computer, beaming out all over the world, are somehow helpful for some people. So we're grateful for that. And thank you for sharing your gratitude, Alex. And then it was came at the right time. So that's great. Just on this note of gratitude, Jitendra and I have been reflecting and talking about it quite a bit lately. And she reminded me that one of the practices she used to do, I don't know where she got it from, but maybe someone mentioned it, was that if you're going through a difficult time in your life where you're feeling miserable or hard done by for whatever reason, a really powerful practice to do, and this is for everyone actually, it doesn't matter, even if you're not going through a hard time, before you go to sleep at night, to just recollect a few things, 3 to 5 things that you've been grateful for over the course of the last day, that day. And it can be very simple. You went for a walk and saw a beautiful bird. You had a nice meal with a friend. Your back didn't ache that day or something like that. Just simple things particularly before you close your eyes and enter the dream world or the sleep world. Such a powerful way to turn the mind towards things like that, and it has such a transforming effect at so many levels. So particularly, like, if you don't sleep well and you start doing this practice, you may start to see the quality of your sleep improves. You don't have nightmares, you're not waking at 3 a.m, and the quality of your dreams will probably also change. So, in that sense, you're getting so many benefits, health benefits, and the body's going to wake up much, much lighter, much healthier. But then, at all different levels, you can, if you just reflect on a simple practice like that, how it will start to really change your psyche, the way you see the world, the way you relate to others, and the way you start to interact. So, a simple practice like that. And because you're doing it just before bed, it's the mind's more receptive. You've got a whole day to reflect on. And you're kind of planting a seed as you go to sleep. So I would encourage you all to try that simple exercise. And if you forget, just leave a note on your bed. do my gratitude exercises, because a lot of the things, the last things a lot of people do is watch a television, a horror movie, or a crazy movie, exciting movie, or they're on their phones, or they're reading social media, or I don't know. It's just not a healthy way to go to bed. So, not you people, because you're all meditating before bed. So meditating and then lying down with 3 thoughts of gratitude, 3 reflections. Such a powerful practice. Okay, so now I'm going to go look hunting for some questions. Okay, so Louis asking, does one need a teacher to give pointing out instructions in Dzogchen or Mahamudra, or just check out one of your masters? Well, if you're in the presence of a powerful teacher, master, who points it out, and this comes from a tradition where they didn't have books or live streams or anything that we do these days. So the encouragement was always to find a teacher, because that's what you had to do to get those pointing out instructions. And tradition holds on to these things, and there's a good reason. If you're in the presence of someone who's giving it to you, then it can be very powerful. But all they're doing is just pointing out something you already have. So there are many ways people can realize the nature of the mind without a teacher, but it'll come in the form of a physical teacher, but it'll come in the form of a teaching. So, the most powerful teacher is the inner teacher, the Satguru. So if you see it yourself, if you see directly the nature of your own mind, and you point it out to yourself through meditation. And as long as you're not deluding yourself, and that's why a teacher's good, because you could delude yourself. You could just see something and then make more of it or less of it, or misconstrue it. So, Padmasambhava's teachings are on there constantly pointing out the nature of the mind to the disciples and people who came in contact with him. So you can listen and take that same teaching and see how it impacts you. But, you're saying check out one of your masters, and I'm sure you probably don't mean it in that tone, but it's not just, anything goes either. If a pointing out instruction is going to be meaningful, it has to enter the heart. It has to pierce the heart. It's not just a conceptual, I got it, I've heard it. If it doesn't kind of shake you up a little bit, and you feel that it's gone beyond some sort of intellectual understanding or conceptual framework, then it's hasn't really hit the mark. It has to go boom, and there has to be one of those, you really get it. And one of the ways to know whether you've really got it is that you probably won't go talking about it or telling others about it or writing books about it. If it's really entered the heart, there's just a quiet knowing without any doubt or without any need to argue, pontificate, or opine. So it's not a small thing. And initially people might just get it intellectually, conceptually. They've got to keep practicing until it enters the heart. And that's why being in the presence of a powerful teacher who's pointing it out was always encouraged and is still encouraged. Okay, so I'm just looking for questions. So if you don't need to write comments, it just helps me find the question. Do you have any advice for sharing the non-dual in language? Well, kind of what I just said, because the non-dual is beyond language. Language itself is dualistic. So I'm going to have to use language to talk about how everything goes beyond language. But I would say, can you sit in silence and just feel into these truths rather than think into these truths? And an so-called experience of non-duality, which is a contradiction in terms anyway, but it always comes in that space of silence, of non-conceptual understanding. But this is a wordy society we live in. Everyone has to talk or write or argue. So Action Geek from the UK has said, sometimes following the breath leads to following silence. The silence feels like it can dissolve old patterns as well as observing them, ? Yeah, absolutely. Follows on nicely from what I just said. It's only in that silent, non-dual space of awareness that these old patterns get dissolved. There are other therapies, aren't there, where we talk about these patterns and try to resolve them, and that's helpful. That's a start. But really, the powerful dissolution of old habitual patterns happens by itself. Because if you're in there trying to fix yourself up and all these perceived personality flaws, it's just the same old thing trying to fix the same old thing. So it's the mind trying to fix the mind. Whereas when it comes from that place that is transcendental, transpersonal, it's got a completely different flavor and power to it. And you know this. It's the more we're out of the way of trying to fix ourselves, the more things will just dissolve. But partly one of the fixings that happens is that we simply realize that we're not these personalities or these old patterns. So in the realization that they're not who and what we are, we let go because we're seeing clearly through them, and then they just dissolve. Doesn't mean they don't come up again because they're patterns, but they don't sting anymore. We don't take them seriously. We don't take them for who and what we are, so we don't suffer. But probably until the day we die, we'll have our own some patterns, like a black cup of tea, or you have a sense of humor like this. It's just, that's conditioning, it's construction. We can't get rid of everything. But the things that are causing a lot of harm to self and others, they're the things that we can really start to look clearly at and see how it can dissolve. Okay, so people are sharing some of the things they're grateful for. Kirsten with her hip surgery. That's a big operation. So Upasika is asking, I'm a Theravada guy and I want to join a Sangha, and the only Sangha is a Zen Sangha. Is it bad for practice to combine or blend Zen and Theravada? Well, it's no bad. It's just if you're getting confused because they're different paradigms, different ways of teaching, if it's confusing you, then just stick with one that you resonate with. But also don't attach to this idea that you're a Theravada guy because, you know, the Dharma is Dharma, the truth is truth, and you'll find it in Zen and you'll find it in Theravada, but they have different styles and they appeal to different people. So you have to figure this out for yourself, you know. Go to the Zen and see whether you can settle in and there's a nice connection and that the teachings are speaking directly to you and helping your practice. And then if you go back and you think, oh, no, I'm just confused, then obviously stick with one for a while, especially if you're just starting out. But don't become an anything. Don't become a Zen. Don't become a Theravada as a label. Just know you're trying to understand the truth. So Pax is saying, meditation is not for the suffering type. It is a rich man and woman's instrument. I don't know what that's about. I ain't no rich woman. And I was a suffering type, which is why I came to meditation, which is why most people come to meditation. So, you know, suffering is actually a noble truth when looked at correctly, and it was how the Buddha starts. So I don't think you really understand what's going on here, fella, whatever your name is. Packs of sugar. You sound like a gamer. So, yeah, go and enjoy the suffering and tell me that it doesn't lead you to the Buddha Dharma or to some sort of spiritual practice. I am forever grateful for having met this channel and listen. Okay, lots of appreciation. Okay. Oh, hang on, it's jumping. I have my little mouse here and I try and navigate all the questions. I have to go back up because it jumps, has its own mind. Okay, found it. Yeah, I'm getting lots of comments and gratitude. That's nice. I guess I encouraged it. That's good. Just can't find the questions. So someone's got a blocked throat chakra. Do you have any techniques to help you? Yes, chanting. You know, I don't know what your spiritual interest is, but if you're an Advaita, you could just chant Om and feel it come from here. Om, how it clears, vibrates in the throat and clears that. Or if you're in a Buddhist practice, just do chanting and feel how that really blocks any blockages in the chakras. Someone says to me, gratefulness feels like such a pure form of love. Yeah, it is. Absolutely. It really is. Because there's no clinging. It's just openness, isn't it? And unconditional, especially when we're grateful for the small things in life. you know, that we think, when I say small things, you know, we think they're small, like a fresh air. You know, I've got beautiful fresh air here. How many people in the world are living in pollution? So there's so much gratefulness just for the small things. So when we feel grateful, we don't think, oh, we're lacking. We don't have to go and look for anything, because we've got things that are very precious. So Elizabeth is asking, I struggle between letting things be and right action, especially in regard to parenting. I fluctuate between not doing enough and spazzing out. Yeah, not sure how I can cultivate more balance. Well, just seeing the imbalance is the beginning of cultivating balance. You know, you're kind of moving between these two extremes of control or laissez-faire parenting, and and somewhere there's a need to see when we need to put boundaries for kids and be very clear, and when we just need to give them freedom to be kids. But I'm not a parent. I was a teacher, so I learned it that way. But it comes through, just like anything, like meditation, just practice and learning through our mistakes. I go, I won't do that again. I let them run wild, and they trash the bedroom, or I was too controlling, so they were just, they got upset and I got uptight. So we learn. But the fact that you're seeing you're fluctuating between these extremes, just let that be your teacher. That is your teacher. And, you'll find the right balance. And, I guess there's parenting classes too that might be helpful for people. I don't know. But, it's not an easy gig, I'm sure, being a parent. Having been a teacher, imagine living with those people all the time. And I've got nephews and nieces, so I know what that was like. All right, Paul is asking, pure awareness effortlessly allows and accepts everything without resistance. True. I find that gratitude aligns the mind with this acceptance that is already here. Yeah, absolutely. So it's really good to hear people's reflections and insights into the power of this thing that we don't have a lot of I don't think so anyway, in Western society. We're always like, when's the next thing? When am I getting the next thing? Or feeling that other people have got more, or, so much greed and envy and wanting. So just stop and like, wow, we've got so much. The fact that we're living in a country, most of us are living in a country, where there's relative peace, and even if we're not in the country that's in peace, we might be living in a space that's in peace. And we can just feel grateful for that and think of those who are suffering so much more. And, we can bring that sense of gratitude and expansiveness to them. May they also feel a sense of contentment eventually, or even in the moment. That's the thing. Even in the worst moments in our lives, we still have something to feel grateful for. So someone's saying, it's my birthday, I'm alone at a restaurant. Well, you're not. We're all here with you. You can put us on the screen and we can all sing happy birthday. I don't really care about dates though. Time's an infinite continuum. Happy birthday to you I hope you're having a nice meal. So, the Music Messiah. Seemingly, I experienced enlightenment, or oneness, if you will, remembering there is no such thing as time or money. However, it brought me into the eternal now, making it hard to meditate. How? Well, if you're really in the eternal now, you won't be asking this question or finding anything hard. So, I'm not sure that you really are in the eternal now, because the eternal now has no questions. It has no sense of anything. It is meditation in and of itself. There's nothing to do. There's nothing to and no one to ask this question. So you have had a moment, keep practicing. It's not over yet. I'm so grateful for your words, so true and simple. These times, sadness in me just covering that hang on, I'm just going to have to. This time there's a sadness in me and it's just covering that I cannot shake off simply like before. I assume it's a deepening of the realization ego is dying. Hard to say. Just don't make anything, don't try and figure out what it is or what's happening. Just feel the sadness and realize the sadness is like anything else that arises in our experience, whether it's happiness, excitement, boredom, love, liking, disliking. It's just an appearance. Sadness has an effect, a particular flavor, but it's not there permanently. It's coming and going. So you've got to see that. You say you can't shake it off, but you're not 24 hours feeling sad. You might think it is, but there'll be breaks in that where you're not feeling sad. You've forgotten it. It's not there. So you've got to start to see that. It comes and goes. And you let go of this idea that I'm a sad person, this is here and I've got to do that. Just be with the raw sensation of sadness and watch how it rises and ceases. And don't think, well, this means this and my ego is dying and I'm going deeper. This is more ego trying to figure out things or make a story of something, of how I'm going on the path. It's like the person above saying this is happening and I've got eternal this and eternal that. Who's saying that? It's the same voice. It's the same ego trying to pin themselves down to some sort of enlightenment experience. But if it's really true enlightenment, there's no one there to be making all these claims or having any of these doubts or concerns. There won't be any doubts. You wouldn't be here asking these questions. Okay. So we do the Q&As every 3 weeks, Genevieve Tobin. And if you miss them, because it doesn't suit everybody's time scheme, there's an archive on the playlist where you can catch up or listen to some of the older ones. So it's starting to build into quite a collection there, so you can always go back. So I won't answer Music Messiah's question because I already just did, was how can I achieve a higher state in being here? It's the highest state you got is just to be here. Okay, cute. Someone's got a crow friend. Very sweet. I like crows. Mary saying, you ever think of writing a book? No. Not really. I wrote a book once. It was called a PhD. It took me a few years. And it sits in the ANU library for no one to read. Except my two supervisor professors who read it. So, that got it out of me. I have a question. If I still feel attached to this earth and feel a blockage in meditation due to not wanting to escape samsara, I just want everyone to be happy. I'm not sure what the question is. What's the question? It sounds more like a statement. I still feel attached to this earth and I feel a blockage in meditation due to not wanting to escape samsara. Well, it's a misunderstanding really of what samsara is. It's there's some notion, I think, that people develop that, but if I escape samsara, I won't be here. It's just a blank nothingness going into the void. But you've got to understand what samsara is. And samsara is happening in every moment when we're becoming, hopefully that meditation, go back and listen. That was really, that was pointing out what samsara is. Clinging, grasping, suffering, stress, right? I asked you to see that. When you let go, nirvana, nibbana, letting go, letting go. So samsara is simply clinging and grasping, particularly to this delusion of me and mine. And of course, in samsara, we can get attached to the most blissful states. I had this experience of oneness and I just want to hold on that forever. Who's holding? It's the same samsaric delusion of me having some blissful experience. It's not seeing through that. So it's not liberating, even if it feels blissful and it may last for eons in another realm. It's still samsaric because it's conditioned, and all conditions come to an end. But without even needing to go there, just look at your day-to-day moment, your samsaric moments of when we're constantly believing that there's a me here, having some experience or opinion or view, and we're clinging, we're holding to that. And because we're holding and we keep perpetuating it, perpetuation is samsara. It keeps us on this cycle of becoming, birth and death in each moment, becoming a person in our mind, in our experience. And when we let go of that, when we stop clinging and believing it, samsara starts to dissolve. So just take baby steps. Just don't worry about the earth and whether you have this idea that escaping samsara is some black void that you're going to enter into. They're just more ideas, and they're also very samsaric. Because any thought construct is part of this whole samsaric pattern. So just look at the moment. Is there suffering in this moment? What is it? What's the nature? What's the cause? The cause will always be clinging, holding on to something, or pushing it away. It's the same thing, different sides of the same coin. And when we see that, we see where we're clinging, where we're pushing, and we let go of these deluded views, then in that moment, samsara collapses. That's all you have. Just deal with it moment by moment. Otherwise, we stay in samsara, which just means we stay in suffering. So below that, someone's asking, can you please help me understand if the unconditioned and the pure consciousness are the same or different? Well, in terms of concepts, they're often used interchangeably. But that doesn't help you. That just gives you a clarification about concepts. What will help you is when you realize the unconditioned or the unmanifest consciousness, pure consciousness. Aya, do you feel it's beneficial to take formal vows if practicing abstinence? Well, yeah, obviously I do, because I take them myself regularly. Abstinence, by abstinence, I assume you're meaning a brahmacharya vow, which to refrain from all sexual activity. And obviously as a nun, that's what we do. And if you want to try that for a short time, then it is helpful to take a formal vow, because again, like a lot of things, it gives it power. You're making a statement. You're declaring, I will refrain from all sexual activity for however long, a week, 2 weeks, 2 hours. For some people, 2 hours might be quite a vow. Okay. I was noticing during this meditation that mundane thoughts were arising. They always do. I thought, why am I clinging to this? Good. So mundane. Yes. I began to wonder if these thoughts are simply fuel for our perceptions. They are indeed. Yeah, good. So you saw into that. I mean, let go of the judgment of mundane and supramundane to some extent, because there sounds like a bit judgy there, but at the same time, it's good. Just seeing, it's like, oh God, here we go again, thinking about, I don't know, what I'm going to cook for lunch, or where the jiff is because I need to clean the toilet. Okay, we consider those mundane thoughts, but don't, and they're the easier ones to let go of, right? Because they're mundane. They're kind of everyday, but they come because we live a life where we do have to eat and we do have to clean and we do have to cook. So it's just know that they'll arise, but they don't need to cause a problem if we don't get swept away in them. But at the same time, I guess those mundane thoughts can feed our sense of self, of who and what we are, of what this world is, of this dualistic notion of me. There's a me here and a you there. And it does feed and fuel this and perpetuate this delusion. But like everything, we've got to get a balance. We need mundane thoughts to function in the world, so that we can drive a car or cook a meal or pick up the kids. But if we're not investigating them at the same time in meditation practice or in contemplation, then they really become concretized, and we take things so seriously and believe that's who and what we are and what our life's about, right? So we're cutting through. We're cutting through that. It doesn't mean we stop picking up the kids or cooking or cleaning, but we get a new perception, a new understanding of reality, and go a little deeper. So there's a lot I could say on that, but I also think there's a lot you can contemplate around that. And it's good that you saw that and how we do cling to the most inane thoughts. But it also sounds like you had a bit of what's called nibbida, which is disenchantment. It's like, over it, and when that happens, that's good, because you're getting tired of chasing these mundane, meaningless things, right? Why am I getting het up about, I don't know, some neighborhood gossip or something like that? It's just over it. It's meaningless, it's pointless. So if you see that and you feel that, it's a good start. Don't get stuck in it though, because then you just turn towards negativity. But if you're over it, then you turn your mind towards more meaningful spiritual understandings and contemplations. I just had a mundane thought, actually. I just looked at my window up there and realized it needed cleaning. It does. It's all the rain. Not a problem. We go on. Okay. I've just... It's not me. It's the chat. Found it. Hello, our dear friend. Would you please share any suggestions for entering arahantship with any specific daily practices? Well, I mean, everything on my channel is there. Any of the masters, they're all offering pointers to realization, whether you call it arahantship or Buddhahood or liberation or mukti. It's what this channel's about. So there's not much more I can say other than go listen to the masters. Okay. Is there a true difference in directing metta sensations to certain people and just letting it radiate out to all beings? Well, yeah, I guess certain people are also part of the all beings, so they may get some, but the idea is that if you know someone who really needs some loving kindness, there's a power in bringing that person to mind and directing that energy towards that particular being, so it's good to do. And it's good to share at the end to everyone, so that what happens is that your metta becomes boundless, and that's the very definition of these states. They're boundless, they're immeasurable, they're not conditioned states. They are conditioned to some extent, but not in the sense of limited conditions, but they radiate boundlessly. So they reach throughout the universe. So Mark's asking the age-old question. I'm trying to understand how Buddhism reconciles anatta, non-self, with rebirth. If there's no fixed self or soul, what exactly is being reborn? Well, I can give you a wordy answer, but you have to see it for yourself, that in each moment there's a flow, isn't there? A flow of consciousness that's got particular conditions and perceptions and conditioning factors that's constantly being reborn in each mind moment. But there's not a fixed, go look for it, okay, Mark, go look for it. Is there a fixed, unchanging self within you? Perhaps there's an idea of it, but is that idea fixed? So it's just every moment, what we talk about in rebirth and in Buddhism it's the rebirth of a consciousness continuation, and that consciousness has certain karmic, what would you say, propensities, karmic causes and conditions, which gives rise to different external appearances in particular realms. But don't get stuck on rebirth. What you have to understand is suffering, the cause of suffering and the way out of suffering in this very moment. But also these questions are things that you can go pick up, study a lot, and get lost in too. So the question the Buddha would always ask is this leading to the end of suffering, or is it leading to more suffering because you're just doing your head in, trying to figure it all out? Don't worry about it. Just know that in each moment there's a new consciousness, there's a new body, isn't there? Every moment these cells are being born, dying and changing. The consciousness is constantly moving, reshaping itself. So how can you not believe in rebirth? I mean, because we think this form is fixed, and it's not fixed. It's constantly born and dying, But we say, this is me. So when this body collapses, I'm not here, or I think I'm in here in my head with some entity or soul that we imagine. But really, we're in a state of flux and flow all the time. And consciousness is not of the form. It's formless. But it certainly has a power, doesn't it? Anyway. Okay. So just looking for questions rather than statements, if it's possible. Is it necessary to let go of the subtle doings in meditation, or simply to notice them? What to do when the noticing feels like a subtle doing or action? Well, you notice that, don't you? It's good. I mean, the more the mind becomes one-pointed, the more you'll see the subtleties of the control, of the controller. And that's good. But it's only, really, it's in the seeing that things drop. Whereas if you think that I've got to do something in meditation and get rid of it, then there's more doing happening. Just in the seeing, like you're saying, simply notice them. So as soon as you notice there's a tight fist, right? As soon as you notice there's a tight fist, what do? Oh, what does it? It lets go, right? If you don't notice that, you're just going around with a tight fist and you're doing everything. It's not possible for the fist to relax, but you notice, it lets go. So it's the same in meditation. Just keep noticing, and notice the one who wants to be in control and drive the meditation. That itself is the same thing that has to be seen through. So we just keep looking. I think I said in that meditation to be the witness. So it's this knowing, this awareness that has the transformative power. And it's that itself that, causes the letting go, if you like. So lots of reflections on the gratitude exercise, which I'm pleased to see. So it obviously touched a nerve with some people, just reflecting on how you hold gratitude, which is really good, huh? And how powerful it is, or in the case of lost or stolen, they're saying I have difficulty feeling gratitude. Like there's something blocking my chest and it feels like I'm forcing myself to feel it. Any advice? Yeah, it's the same with metta. Some people find that practicing metta just can't do it. So it's important not to force any of this. There's no force involved in meditation or with developing these qualities. But what I would suggest then, because you're asking for advice, I perhaps would challenge you that there must be something in your life that you feel a great joy about, right? So really be honest with yourself. There'd be something. It could be tiny, like that's a karawong. That to me, when I hear the karawong, I love the karawong. And straight away I feel a sense of joy when I hear it. And they're a beautiful bird. They're a smart bird. And so that just came spontaneously, right? So start to look for moments where you feel, you don't have this idea that gratitude's some big, huge thing that's the bells are going to go off. It's just little moments of, that's sweet, The sun's shining on my back. That's lovely. Feel warm, getting my vitamin D. So just look for little things and just start to feel the difference between that and those little moments and practices. And reminding yourself, this is the thing, we've got to practice. Remind yourself to look for those moments where you feel an opening. Then it'll keep opening and softening around the chest, around the heart. Any advice for avoiding the unsavory temptations of the modern world? Well, if I'm not sure which ones you're referring to, but just turn it off. Unsavory temptations, like, I don't know what they might be. Advertising, just turn it off if you can. Get a YouTube premium prescription. It'll block all ads. That's what I say to people. If they complain about any ads appearing on the old videos, before I realised that some of that old music would, there shouldn't be any video, any ads on my newest videos, because it's not monetized, this channel. But when I used old music that was copyrighted, sorry, going off on a bit of a tangent here, ads would appear. So I say people will get a YouTube prescription if you want to listen to the old ones, or you don't want ads. It's a way to avoid it. The other thing is to see how these temptations, these materialistic temptations of the modern world, are just empty phenomena, and they don't bring satiety. They don't really fulfill or bring happiness. So when we see that, there's no attraction anymore. This is what we need to see, that it's just more delusion, and the world trying to delude us that this will make us happy, this will make us a better person, this will make us famous, popular. But when you see that it doesn't, it's all just a big lie, then we turn away. But we don't have to turn away with lots of anger or aversion or disgust, although there might be some disgust initially. You can move on from that. And then just feel sorry for people who are caught in all these temptations, thinking that it's going to bring happiness. So we have to see through it. And then where we can avoid it, just switch off. So there's a few questions, isn't there, where we're getting to the end. Hang on. Bear with. Even when we understand non-separation conceptually, the sense of being an individual self feels very real. Yeah. How do we deepen that into direct experience, and where does gratitude come in? So the only way to deepen that direct experience of going beyond a sense of separateness is to practice. That's all. Keep deepening it through practice, through formal sitting, and every moment to see where we're clinging. That'll be the best teacher for you. See where what we're clinging to, where we're clinging, and how that clinging creates suffering and creates a sense of separateness, a separate self. And when just in seeing that, we can let it go. And the role of gratitude is, again, just a way to open the heart and to release some of that feeling of separateness. And I hope, it sounds like a lot of people saw that when you turn your mind to something that makes the heart feel expansive, that very feeling of expansiveness is it. It's not, when I say gratitude, it's not like, I finally got the best car, I'm so grateful, because that's not gratitude, that's just possessiveness and clinginess. It's just gratitude for everything in your life, and you'll know it's real gratitude when there's a sense of openness, relaxation, and expansiveness. And in that expansiveness, then the ego self, getting smaller and smaller, because we realize it's all interconnected. Yeah? Looking for questions. Someone's doing a road trip and wants to visit. Well, we're not an ashram, we're not an open house, we're just a private, it's very small. I live in a tiny home, can only fit me in here. And Ayya Jitindra is in a very small house so it's a private place. We can't accept visitors. We don't have room for guests, so we just teach sometimes at a local centre, and we do this. So this is you're in my room now visiting. Look, this is my bed. This is my window, and the trees are out there. It's the best we can offer. Sorry. And, you can imagine how many people want to drop in. I'm not a very sociable person, so I don't make good conversation, chit-chat. All right. Jen, can you please speak about loss and grief and immense sadness? I feel it's important to fully experience this. It allows me to fully connect with others. When is it too much? All right, they're big questions, Jen, that I won't do justice to as we're winding up. But what I will say is that Ayya Jitindra has done a whole series on these very things, particularly grief and loss. So if you go to our website, which is Viveka Hermitage, and click on to the guided meditations, there's a lot of contemplations and guidance there that she's done from her vast experience as a Buddhist psychotherapist and nun for many, many years. So she will guide you through this territory of grief and sadness, and you'll see it there. Anywhere on our YouTube channel, you should find the link to Viveka Hermitage. So go and explore the website. We haven't put those grief and loss and challenging emotion series up on YouTube. They're just on our website. So you'll only just find it there. So please go and use that, and hopefully you'll find them helpful for what you're dealing with. So Genevieve's saying she's been in solitude intentionally for a year now, and it's startling to me. It has been startling to me that a new depth of aloneness has surfaced, which is so incredibly lonely, like an expanse of nothingness. You might need to go out and connect with people then, particularly if you're getting drawn into an expanse of nothingness. You can get really stuck there, and be good to go and connect. I think, if not with people, with trees and birds, they'll lighten you up. Because, we can be alone but not lonely. How can we be lonely when we're part of everything, not nothing? So you've got to understand, and nothingness is everything, and everything is nothing. But if you get caught in one extreme of nihilism, or some idea of yourself as some permanent, I don't know, something, they're two extremes. So you need to connect with everythingness at the moment, that you are part of everything, not nothing. Okay, just ignoring some of the comments, and I'm not going to talk about my PhD in any great detail, although it was on Buddhism and psychotherapy. That's all I'll say, because I'll bore the pants off you all. Okay, I think we're getting to the end, because I'm not seeing any questions. Oh yes, there's one. How do you pray exactly? I do gratefulness, forgiveness, and petition what I want to happen every morning. Okay, that's how you pray. All right, I've reached the end. Jerry says, when I read back the posts here, we all sound a wee bit crazy. You're definitely right, Jerry. They all sound crazy. But that's okay. We're all a little bit crazy, aren't we? Last question. God in the flesh. I've got to answer God in the flesh. What do you think made the Buddha so sure of no self? Was it an ongoing inquiry rather than a finalized noble truth? I think, speak for the Buddha. Okay, I'll speak for the Buddha. I think the final realization was the complete letting go of any attachment to this sense of self. So as we're working on this path, little by little, we're chipping away at this delusion of a self, right? And you should see it in your own practice that, once upon a time I would have really reacted to that, but I'm letting go. That doesn't mean so much to me. But, you can still see where you're clinging, where you're holding on to. So in that final moment of realization, the Buddha was said to have really seen through the last vestiges of what's called the asavas, the outgoing. And there would have been a very subtle sense of self going on there. I'm something. He called it conceit. The final conceit is the I am. So in that moment of full awakening, he let go of that last little subtle thing that is almost so hard to see through. But he saw it, and in the seeing, like I said before, it dropped like an old scab. But he would have already had clear insights into anatta on his journey, his 5 years as an ascetic and a practitioner, and had let go of really gross forms of self. But in that final moment, it would have been a complete realization. Okay. So we'll leave it there. And in 3 weeks' time, I, Jatindra, will be back for a session. I think it's 14th of June or something. So, I'm just going to reiterate to practice gratitude. Try it out. See what happens in your life when you take that each night into your consciousness to feel grateful just before you go to sleep at night, and how the heart will expand and you'll feel a sense of peace. And keep doing it. It's a very simple little exercise to do along with your meditation inquiry. Okay, so I wish you all well. If I didn't get to your questions, then that's okay. I'm sure I answered them in other ways. And may you all go well, and see you again sometime. I don't know, where's the end? Oh, here it is. Okay, ciao, folks. Videos, 2 recordings where I give some guided meditations around that, and that's a very high teaching, very pared back, pared down teaching, kind of what we just did actually in this meditation, which is like do nothing meditation, effortless meditation. So Talopa's 6 points, and you can meditate to that. So you always found it helpful. That's good. Yeah, it is. It's good. It's a good one. Louis, when I'm resting in awareness, the sense of awareness does not think or speak, but this sense can move my body. Interesting. Is there more? I wouldn't say this sense moves your body. What's happening is there's spontaneous movement. It's not like there's an agent there. Don't make awareness or this sense of knowing an agent, like a God that's kind of controlling us, but from that ground, we'll call it, from that ground of awareness, that ground of being, spontaneity arises. So yeah, and then that's when they often talk about non-action and non-meditation being the highest kind of expressions of that, because it's not coming out of a sense of ego anymore, or a sense of me, I'm going to speak, I'm going to move. It's purely spontaneity. So this non-action is action that's not driven by a deluded sense of ego or self. Yeah, and so when you see it just happen without you being there, it's good, you know. Oh, it's just, I didn't do that. And you'll see that more and more. You know, I spoke, I don't know where that came from, it just happened. It's like I'm speaking now. I'm not speaking, it's just coming out. I don't know. I have no idea what the next word is going to be. You know, we all do that. We don't realize it. Because then we kind of layer it with, I said something really clever. But no, you didn't. It just came out of nothing. Went back into nothing. Okay, so with the burning of the world going on today and knowing that we are one, when I pray for others, can that prayer provide rest or peace for my brother who truly suffers in these wars today? Well, you know, this is where faith and trust and surrender comes in. You know, you may not be able to pinpoint exactly how your prayer or your resting in peacefulness directly affects who, what, and so-called brother over there. But we can know, even scientifically, you know, one little ripple, or, you know, throw a stone in a body of water, it has a ripple effect. So we know that if we change our state of mind, if we bring loving kindness and a sense of compassion in our mind and direct it towards the world, it does have an effect. But don't ask me to prove it, and I don't know if anyone could prove it. But you can prove those, you know, through quantum physics even. You can prove that these sorts of quantums and atoms and molecules have an effect on one another. And that's all we are. So what we've got to try and do, though, is let go of wanting rational proof and evidence-based spirituality. It's going to be called next, isn't it? Evidence-based spirituality. It ain't going to happen. And that's why people poo-poo faith. People who have a lot of faith, who just trust it. They don't need to know. They don't need to see evidence. They have a kind of confidence in their heart that this prayer is powerful, has an effect. And then us rationalists in the West will go, you prove it. That's all just blind faith. But for someone who has really deep faith that's not just blind, they just know it's the way to go. So you don't have to look for evidence-based spirituality. Just trust that your prayer, you're turning to your mind towards peace and kindness, compassion, it will have an effect. So banana babies. Once on intense mushrooms, I had the sensation of seeing my limbs as someone else's limbs, which points to the fact that my body is a mental construct because I still had consciousness. Yeah, that's right. You don't need mushrooms to see that, though. And, you know, sometimes these hallucinogenics can distort things. So practice seeing that without the use of psychedelics or things. And then you'll stabilize it a lot more. You don't need to go back and take a substance to see that. So question, in one of the Longchenpa readings, there's a mention of avoiding extremes, and it references the Atman. I'm curious how the Atman is an extreme position. I have a sense, but would love to hear your ideas. So what Longchenpa was probably referring to then as the extreme of the Atman is when people, but this is the same, say, with any extreme like emptiness or sunyata, or even the Dharmakaya. These can be extremes when people cling to them, or even awareness, I should say, as a thing. So probably in his day, this concept of the Atman, which for those of you who don't know, is kind of the self. I don't want to go too much into Advaita or Vedanta, but people would make it into something that it wasn't. The Atman really in Advaita is pointing to, well, I guess you'd say it's almost like the Nirmanakaya. It's the manifestation coming out of the ground of being but it's not a thing. It's not a permanent soul or self. And they never meant it that way, but then people cling to it as this is myself, my soul, I'm ever going to live, and as this kind of idea I have in my head about it. But that's not really what the Atman refers to. And so in Advaita, in Hinduism, you have Brahman, and you have the unmanifest Brahman too. Anyway, lots of concepts there. But really what's important in that teaching of Longchenpa's is don't attach to permanence or nihilism. So a lot of people, perhaps in those circles he was seeing, were attaching to eternalism. The Atman is eternal. It's an eternal soul. And then making something out of it that actually wasn't there, rather than just seeing it as a pointing, as a concept to a manifestation. So there's an appearance. There's an appearance of this. We can call it the Atman. We can call it the Nirmanakaya. But ultimately it's empty of a self. So hopefully we're on the same page there, Nathan, because you said you had a sense. And without knowing the exact reference, but I think I know it, Longchenpa was always warning people, so was the Buddha, not to go to the extreme of nihilism, which is nothing exists, to permanence or eternalism, which is something exists. They're the extremes, the two extremes. So we understand, perhaps simply from the Dzogchen position, there are appearances. Like there's an appearance here of Jayasara, and we call it Jayasara, right? You can't deny I appear, right? So we're not saying she doesn't exist, there's no one here. But ultimately, this appearance of Jayasara is empty. Because where's the Jayasara? And when this body disappears, is Jayasara gone? Was she there in the first place? Is Jayasara just the body? So when this body dissolves, dies, where's Jayasara? Well, she wasn't there in the first place. It's just your idea of her. So, but I still appear, right? It's interesting, isn't it? It's fascinating, kind of the paradox, but it's also pointing to the two truths, which is another main teaching in Buddhism. There is the two truths of the ultimate truth and the relative. Now, ultimately, I am empty, there's no Jayasara here, but in a relative sense there is, because you're speaking to her, or I'm speaking to you, or you're seeing her, right? So there's an appearance. Okay, where are we going? I'm just searching for questions. Oh, This thing jumps. Hello, Grandma. You think I'm your grandma? That's hilarious. I could be a grandma. I'm nearly 60. I'm soon to turn 60. I don't feel like a grandma. I have to go back. I can't find it. Okay, long term, but there it is. Please only write questions. My right hand tends to activate at times like an energy coming through. I think that, James, you were the one with the body doing things. Okay, whatever happens, happens. It's not a problem. No one in particular has asked, what are the hardest aspects of renunciation that you experience? The hardest aspects of renunciation. Oh, my tea's gone cold. Look, let me tell you a funny story, because at one level, I don't struggle with much anymore in terms of the renunciate path. Like in the early days when I was, when I first started on this path, the hardest part was, looking for distractions. You want to go here, there, you want to watch a movie, you want to do something. And so there was a lot of restlessness, but that's not there anymore. But I don't find celibacy an issue. Maybe in the early days I probably did. Yeah, I think I did. I don't know. But the hardest renunciation, really, if we're really going to be honest, is to give up this sense of self, this mind, these thoughts, and believing in them. That's the hardest part of renunciation. So when we really get to renunciation, it's renouncing the sense of me. So that's what I'm working on. Giving up completely this sense of me, I am. It's a work in progress for all of us, isn't it? And lastly, when I let go with pen and paper, I keep drawing circles. I think, James, you're continuing. Yeah. Okay. You might not respond, but I meant something different by near-death experience. When people are pronounced dead, they experience life reviews, contact with dead relatives. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know. Yeah. So, I don't have a comment on that. And it's interesting. What if you got a whole lot of pride from all information and now you don't know how to get rid of all pride? So just don't even try and get rid of pride. Just know pride is pride. See how being proud or conceited is actually is suffering, because you're constantly trying to pretend that you're something you're not and fool people. So see how it's suffering, and in seeing it as suffering, it dissolves. Okay, so there's Grandma, and do I have a rainbow body? Guys, do you realize that these are all your own projections? Would love to hear about cultivating joy. Well, joy, I think you need to cultivate necessarily anything at one level. When we try and cultivate things or make things, we make ourselves full of metta or make ourselves full of this, be very contrived. But really, as you go deeper in the practice, you realize that when you let go of stuff, let go of this idea of me and mine, joy is naturally there. You actually don't have to make things happen. Because we're always trying to control, aren't we, and make things happen. I want to be a better person. I want to be more loving, more spiritual, more joyful. But it's natural. It's already who and what we are. You just have to kind of clear away the dross, let go of all the falsity, and joy is there. That's the best way to cultivate it. And then it's authentic. But having said that, there are practices where you can, like affirmations and even some of the basic metta practices is may I be well, may I be happy, may others be happy. So if that works, you can do that. But if it starts to become just a kind of a dry rhetoric or, thing that you do, I've got to do my 10 affirmations every morning and there's no heart in it, then it's just kind of contrived. But if you're saying those things with genuine love and commitment, that's different, If it's a practice that's like, may my day be filled with love and joy and peace, may I spread it throughout the world. And you want to do it. It's not like you have to do it. And as you do it, you feel it and you go, oh yeah, this is working, then do it. But also there's an easier way just to let go of things and notice you're quite happy. You're quite joyful when you let go of all this nonsense about who you think you are. Okay, so I've watched 100 videos from you. And then on video 99, it says, you've drunk poison. Wow. Couldn't they have told me in the beginning? I don't know. I think you're referring to Siddharam Eshwar's videos about the poison. Well, the Buddha said it from the beginning too. He said, there's suffering and the root of suffering is ignorance. So he said it from the beginning. It's not a secret. And we've all drunk the poison of ignorance. Have you heard the rumor? Carl Jung refused to visit Sri Ramana Maharishi. He figured he didn't want to erase his life's work in one visit. Jung's thoughts on this subject are pretty deep on this subject. Okay, I don't know that one. Awareness. Is the focus on the interior only or exterior, I too, to nature, birds and sky? Yeah, good question. That awareness, awareness is not in or out. And the more you contemplate and be awareness, you turn your attention to awareness, you notice that awareness, actually, I think what you're saying more, rather than awareness, is attention. So you can direct your attention to the sky, or the birds, but these are objects in attention, or you say objects in awareness. But awareness itself is not an object. Awareness is, talk about it more. Awareness is like the space, the screen, the background. So when you turn your attention inward, you notice the appearances of thoughts, of physical sensations, of sounds coming within awareness, right? But actually, when you open your eyes and you see the objects, where they're not out there, they're in awareness itself, within our, we know them and we label them. But actually, so this is why it's hard to talk about something that's so experiential in words, because you're hearing all these sort of contradictions, I'm sure. But if you not think of awareness, but you kind of have to, because we're using words, settle in awareness, which is like space. Now, if you've got your eyes open and you're looking at objects, start to notice the space around the trees, the space between the sounds of the birds, for example. The sky itself is not really anything, is it? So that is perhaps closest to, even though we don't want to objectify space, but it is a perception. So sky contains it all, doesn't it? The birds fly through the sky, the planes, the stars, the meteors. So move your contemplation between inside, outside, and then you get to see there's no difference. Space, when this body dies, the space that I'm sitting in, is still here. The space inside this body, and there is 99.9% space in the body, it's still going to be there. The space is going nowhere. That is how we can relate to awareness. But when we try to pin it down or catch it, conceptualize it, intellectualize it, even like I'm doing, is a problem, because then it becomes something that it's not. You can only be awareness, and in the being, you know yourself as awareness. But then I ask you, well, can you find it? You can't, but you know it. So it's empty, but you're cognizant of it. You know it. Just saying hi. I was here since the first Ribhu Gita reading. Not that it matters, but it's fun to remember that and to share. Life is a dream and nothing matters. Do you agree? Who are you asking? If you think it's a dream, who's asking the question? And who are you asking it to? And what's this idea of something mattering or not mattering? This is all, again, it's all just things playing around in our head, which is actually creating the dream in the first place. Does the sky go, nothing matters? I shouldn't be here, I'm just an apparition. No, neither do the birds for that matter. Neither do the trees. They just appear. As soon as we go, it matters, it's important or it's not important, it's meaningless or it's meaningful, we're just adding layers onto it. Whereas when you just rest the mind has nothing to say. No opinions, no searching for meaning, just is what it is. It's natural. So someone's asking, the chains of samsara are too hard to cut off. I'm hurting the people who sustain me with my aversion. How does someone deal with that? Keep practicing. Keep putting out your own fires, that's all. Let go of this idea. Oh, yeah. Talopa's 6, yep. Sri Ramanayam. YouTube has a 200 character limit, so I'll be direct. My apologies. May I ask you if you have attained enlightenment? Do you speak from a place of direct experience of the dissolution of the self? So funny. Who? If you're a Sri Ramanaya devotee, who are you asking? And who's asking it? If you understand enlightenment, you understand that there's no one there to experience anything. So you question, If I say I have attained enlightenment or I haven't attained enlightenment, I'm speaking from a place of delusion. So your question is not the right question. After listening to satsangs on Vedanta in the last 5 years, I've noticed that I became very calm, too calm for the outside world. People think I am stupid because I'm too calm. Good on you, Anna. I don't know how to handle this problem. But if you're calm, if you're really calm, then it's not a problem, huh? So you're obviously not that calm if you're finding it as a problem. So, you know, you might just be, you might genuinely be spacing out, disassociating. Yeah? So maybe their feedback might be to wake you up from that kind of torpor. It might be, nothing matters anymore. There's no self. I'm already the self. I'm already enlightened. I'm calm. So I'm not saying that, Anna. I don't know what's going on, but the fact that you said you don't know how to handle this problem means that you're not that calm. There's no problem. I feel so connected to Source when I listen to her readings. Whose reading? My readings? I don't know. Okay, lots of thank you, thank you, thank you. I appear to be suffering. My mind is distracted by the wars of this world. I feel helpless and distracted, and yet I crave the stimulation of these horrendous events. It's funny that, isn't it? We go looking for the bad news, and they keep feeding it. Don't you worry. The media love it when you click on them. There's a petrol crisis. The world's burning. Everything. So, you know, turn it off. You're obviously addicted to the horrendous news. Yeah. And they want you to feel helpless so that you keep buying the narrative. Okay. Time to just look at your own mind and see and work with your own distraction and helplessness. This is what I've been saying from the get-go, of this session. Opinions. Do I have an opinion on Vajrayana practice? No, I don't. Whatever works, It's a skillful means, for sure. And anyway, if someone is devoted to a guru, the teaching in Vajrayana is at the end of it, and I just did some Vajrayana practices, by the way, with His Holiness Sakyatrism. What happens at the end of that, in visualizing a deity or a Buddha or even your guru, is dissolving it all into emptiness. So the guru is simply, it's not a person, it's just a skillful means. And the devotion is about the devotion you bring into your own heart. You can project it onto a guru initially, but then when the wisdom really hits home, you realize there was no guru. It's just a skillful means. It's just an appearance. And then the highest Vajrayana practice is to dissolve all of those appearances into emptiness. Yeah, so that's why we have these, in Vajrayana, lots of visualizations to do something pure, skillful with the mind. Otherwise, we're just thinking about all the other distractions. Where am I going? What am I going to get? Worldly distractions, what entertainment. So the guru represents the personification, whatever guru it is or deity, the personification of wisdom, compassion, whatever it is, cutting through. But at the end, it's all dissolved into emptiness. So you don't need to do that practice, but if you do it, it's just understanding what it is. It's a skillful means. Whether it's watching your breath, it's a skillful means. But eventually you have to go beyond the breath and let that dissolve into emptiness as well. I seem to have lost the balance of inner stillness, and yet I know how beneficial this quality is, and yet I don't do it. But you never really lose the balance of inner stillness. It's always there. You just think you do by telling yourself you do and by occluding it with distractions. I don't understand when masters say that the outside world is just the projection of your mind. Can you explain, please? I can explain, but until you see it within yourself, it's very hard to understand this. But at the simplest level, just think of any object. Just take this object. Now, before you were given any language, say as a, 2-3-week-old baby, if you could see by then, I don't know, when babies see. Would a baby see what we call as a bell with this shape, colour, which makes a sound? No. We need to create language. We need to create the connection between what we see with this eye, sense door, and this so-called object out here. And then we need to create boundaries in space with our mind. So it's this. So we say, it's not that. A baby would just see, I don't know what a baby sees, but a baby doesn't have language, or it takes time for the baby to see, like mama, if I was mama, or grandma. So it's all created through the mind. First comes the word, and then comes understanding, and then limitations of in space and shape and color. And then this becomes what we call, and most of us agree, it's a bell. But what does a baby see? It takes weeks and weeks, months, doesn't it, for the baby? The first thing they recognize the shape of the mother's face. It takes a while. Otherwise, they don't even know they have a mother. Yeah, until the word mama, which is probably the first word they learn, mama, and then mama gets limited to this face and this breast. Mama, food. Mama gets associated with that. So, but it all has to be created in the mind. I mean, how long do we take to develop as babies language, objects? Long time. But it's all created through the mind, through what we see, hear, smell, taste, touch, and think. Okay. Flynn's asking, will I still enjoy the same things after I awaken, like dirt bike activities with kids, etc.? That's hilarious. I don't know. Who knows? You probably, when people are so-called awaken, I mean, we change our preferences all the time, but, one of the things about awakening is learning that if we're attaching to anything, any activities or kids or dirt biking, we'll never awaken if we're attached to, I don't want to let go, I don't want to let go. I don't want to awaken because then I won't do dirt bike riding. So, don't worry about it. Just relax. Why do people take this spirituality thing so seriously? Crazy. We're crazy. It's jumped. Sorry, if I miss your question, it's not because I'm ignoring it, but because this comments thing jumps. Have you heard of A Course in Miracles? I have. I've heard of it. I don't know. I don't know. I know it had some strange. It's got some strange inceptions background. That's all. But I don't know. If it works for you to point you to a place of peace, that's good. Someone's asking what my favorites are in terms of the masters. Well, I don't like favorites, but there's certain ones that I resonate more powerfully with at this time. But it always changes, keeps changing whatever I need. But it's really important not to fixate on who's, I put Nisargadatta up and people go, Nisargadatta is the best. He's the best. He's the clearest. He's fire. Or they'll go, oh, he was a smoking bidi. He's not good. All these views and opinions. Or Ramana's the only pure one. Oh, and someone, Ramana wears a nappy. Or Longchenpa, oh, he's the best. He's the highest. Oh, he's just wordy. I don't know what he's talking about. See, it's all our views and opinions. And this is why it's important not to attach to, I'm a Dzogchen meditator, I'm a Vajrayana, I'm an Advaita, I'm the best, I'm a Sufi, I'm a Christian, Jesus is the only one. Look, if you love Jesus as the only one for you, great. You've got a lot of faith and it works for you, but it doesn't work for everyone. So, but when we make a teacher who's simply just pointing to the truth of understanding of reality into a person, and then we attach to that club, you see what we're doing? It's not helpful. All right. Some things I can't really speak to, so I'm not speaking to them. Maybe I'll just, it's nearly my time. I'll take one more question that I feel I can respond to from someone who I haven't heard of yet. There's a lot of questions, isn't there? And statements. So it's a little hard. I got nothing to say. Hi, Jenny. An observation. Oh, it's an observation. My mind lately is very foggy, maybe dull. It seems to seek non-reaction and feels dull. Yet, then it has a wave of anxiety and contrast. It's challenging. Just see it as all the waves rising and falling, Jenny. Yeah? Sometimes it's calm, sometimes it's dull, sometimes there's a tsunami. It's just waves. But, the point is to always just come back to that which knows. All right, I think I've come to the end. There's just a lot more statements. And I don't think I had anything else to say other than I hope all is well, wherever you are. It's a lovely day here, so I think I shall go walk into the forest, hear the birds. And Ayya Jatindra will be back in 3 weeks' time with her unending patience. You notice that? She's very patient.